Hello, Blender folks, welcome and welcome back. This is Pxy-VERSE. So we are addressing here. So I'm not using the mouse. The mouse is a terrible technology that is destroying my hand. And okay, anyway, so I'm using a tablet graphic palette. So that will help me a little more to prevent more destruction of my finger joints, because it's more like drawing can also cause some problems, but I think it's not like the mouse. It will be more in the wrist sometimes, and mouse can happen a lot to gamers, but unfortunately can affect computer or whatever, even this kind of blender, right? Using blender with the mouse, right? So what we have here is that I'm gonna prepare this to scale down because I need to design this spacecraft here for the character design, and the size maybe was good for the original characters, but for these slightly more cartoony ones, they are even smaller in size, so we need to scale down this. See how big this is. This is not, I want some cozier thing. So should I do this visually or just maybe I should start, let's see, scale down by 0.5, right? This was a huge scale down. I think it's a bit too much now. So I've made sure to not include the dummies, but include everything else, but not the armature. Okay, now what's going on here? What's going on that looks like we got some mistake here. This shouldn't be selectable. What's going on here? And where is it possible that... Oh, I see here. Okay, no. Okay, so it looks like we have a problem here. Ah, here is the problem. Somehow it lost the... Okay, but where is the armature? I know what's going on. It's probably just... This is super weird. Looks like a bug where I don't see the... Is it possible that this was scaled down? No, it doesn't make any sense. But apparently my armature disappeared. No problem. We're gonna... Okay, I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna file, link the character and Toon Dorothy 01 collection. You're not seeing, but it's just the collection. Link Dorothy. There we go. And now we're gonna this process is very tedious. It should be made better. All right, again, we don't see what I think. Okay, we're gonna enter the it's probably something here. Well, bones. Oh, when did I turn this off? I don't have a shortcut for this. Whatever. This was a simple thing. Okay, so we're gonna we see that this thing. Why is this thing locked? Oh, I picked the grease pencil. Yeah, it still seems now too big, but it makes more sense now. Let's see here. Yeah, here is exactly too big. So, of course, so we gotta figure this out. So I'm gonna select all. Scale. So I have duplicated it. Right, the inverse of duplication. I'm gonna grow it like scale up 50%. Great. I'm in the front of the glass. Okay, this seems to have worked. Now it's not that big. Or did anything change for real? Now I have problems with the inversion. Because Blender loses the scale, right? Oh, hold on, I haven't applied. So that means that... Hmm. Wait, so if I haven't applied, that means that it returned to the original. Exactly. So actually, my maths were arithmetics crude error. Welcome, Deception Bendy. Hello. How you doing? So the thing now is to scale everything except for the rig. Again, scale down here 0.75. Yeah, something like that. And see if we're gonna make it to work here. Not good. Why not scale the character? It's because I already have the measurements of the character in Blender units, which should be what they are. So that's why the important thing here is, yeah, so reset the scale. Zero 0.9 then. Oh, this is what happened. There is an option that I accidentally shift something. I don't know which, that opened a context menu and showed bones. Then it toggled this off. I have no idea what panel is that. So now it should be, well, the scales are unchanged. I don't get it. It's like they were not applied. Yeah, no, Blender is crazy. Like, so I'm scaling. This scale doesn't get affected by Okay, we got a lot of problems also with the meshes. Crap. Sorry folks, I have a problem with navigation because I'm not using the mouse, so there are things here that I have to struggle a little to get right. It's probably an empty that. What's this thing? Oh, this is the. Okay, I don't know what happened to those objects. They have gone nuts. Ah, it's double parenting. Yeah. Okay, this is too convoluted. So let's not. Let's work on the character then, because this is the title of the stream, right? Alright, so the thing is that I have to choose what to work on this character here. So I could go for the body skinning, right? Or for the face. Like, if I try to solve the basic of the body skinning, that should be an advancement, but this is like sort of a... Okay, why it's so slow now? It's possibly... No, I don't even have shadows. What is taking so lagful stuff here? Okay, maybe it's this stack of stuff here. Let me save here and reopen Blender, because this is not normal, even for streaming. Okay, apparently I have a lot of data that is not... Okay, maybe it's this data here, so let's just... take off all this stuff. Yeah, this is very laggy. It wasn't like this yesterday. I think it's some relational thing here. Let's missing library override, right? Should probably clean some stuff here. All this stuff, no need. Is anything else here? No, I think I'm going with this. This is just for reference. Okay, now it's good. Finally. All right, all right. So, folks, let's resume here. I think I'm going for the body. Try to get the simplest stuff done here for the body so that we can have something basic, right? Wait, how is it possible that I can control this? It's probably because of a stretch too. Yes, precisely. So there is a system that does simultaneous I-key-F key with the I-key bound constraint. I'm not sure if it is it's not weaker bounds. It's interesting. I think the unique tutorial on YouTube that shows this that system. But here I have what I don't have here. Well, I don't have the I-key bound constraint. It's a simpler system. I don't have the mouse wheel. Oh, I have on the other. Okay. If I change my hand here, I'm grabbing the mouse with my left hand. Yes, so I believe if there would be a way to remake the concept of the spine skeleton for the Riga in Attempton that could make it better when it comes to the thing. The fact is that I need more bones here anyways, so I'm gonna stick with this, and we need to address the wave paint rate. Apparently we're having some issues here with Okay, we don't need the face. We don't have any fan, we don't have any leverage, we just have the hair, so we don't need this. Just want the body for now. And the control, and that's it. Usually people place this as the clavicle, but I'm not sure that this is necessarily the best approach. I don't see why we should focus on the clavicle and not the center of the mass of the volume, at least. I made a mistake here, that's fine. What's happening here all the time? This on pose mode. Oh, that's of course. Is the we need to update this creepy. Useful, but very annoying. Stretch to bone constraint, right? I know it keeps getting. Oh, it's gosh, there's a tweaker rig. Yeah. This has the F key, an I key, so we cannot use this for tweaking because Blender is dumb. But we can use these ones. All right. So what about now? Yeah, now we just... There was another layer of bones that I just forgot to... Okay, then here you see that the default manipulation is one where the hand is like this, right? But we want to have another manipulation in which this will... So I'm gonna make a switch here. We'll... So you see, I'm trying to skip the mechanism bones. I'm gonna be ultra economic. I hope it is possible, because I'm tired of complicated rigs that don't work or they bring up always limitations, which sucks, right? And this is why I'm trying to do something that has of course lots of limitations, but it's simple. And even though it it can be a bit annoying for posing, but it is, if I can find a solution, elegant, slightly elegant solution for the spine rig, then that in relation the torso in relation to the limbs, then that will make this my experimental rig. Also here, because they are tweaker bones, let's make them into those rigify familiar structures, right? A pencil, a brush, a stylus on a digital palette, graphic palette. It's much less demanding on the fingers, joints, not the rig model, my finger joints. I'm feeling my hand is relaxed, my fingers are relaxed, so I'm not compromising my... So this works. I have to work slowly, but I feel my... Usually when I do this streaming at night, or maybe in the day also, I start to get inflammation, osteoarthritis, something like this. And it's always the same hand. The right, I'm right-handed for this, and the mouse Yeah, it's garbage. So, but now I've just discovered today that maybe I was even trying to use the mouse left-handed for some tasks, but for Blender it's complicated because you have the keyboard. For other things in the computer it's okay, navigation, the internet, but um, for games it's very hard because also keyboard stuff. And okay, so but I don't like this color that this default theme color. So I've learned this to use this. No, not this. The another one. I think it's this one. No, it's not this. It's the custom color set that Rigify's use. I think they are more beautiful. Yeah, they are more handy. They are a bit tricky to find, but they are not so hard to use. Just a bit thought in their development, in their customization, right? Theme stuff. In the end, it's kind of better than. I like to have the default because I don't know, but probably it's not good too. But these are versatile because you can have as many of them as wanted. Okay, let's get this at once. Copy to selected. Then we're gonna scale this like this. Okay. So we're gonna go for the custom color set. So this is the regular. I'm gonna use maybe apparently this was okay. We got them. This is the select, and this is the active. Okay, I need to desaturate, right? Apparently it's not working. How do I copy? I think it's Control L. No, Control C. I don't see bound color. Oh, it's here. Okay. There we go. Then I'm gonna do the same for these ones. Okay, we need a urgently now. Let's fix these deformed bones here. So I'm gonna, after I'll address the control system of the tweakers, but for now, oh, this parenting is not good, right? As for these colors, I think I'm gonna change this. Wait, what is this? Okay, there's some stupid mistake there. Really, the tweak bones, what they could be like. Yeah, whatever, B-bones. So for now, maybe we'll use something like, why not changing a little? Yeah, I could use this for now, like I-key stuff. This we need parenting, right? So yeah, this is probably you have to decide better what to do with it, but for now, let's see. Yeah, there is a disconnection here. Interesting. I lose the I key though. But I can still use the I key in that fashion with a multi-selection. That well, this is not good behavior. Yeah, it forced me to use the pinning there. Wait, why the head bone is connected? And what are those things there? Yeah, unwafted verses. I'll try solve that later. No, let's solve it now. Should I use for this rig auto normalize? Yeah, maybe not, because I'm gonna have some helper bones. Okay, so we can improve this in other ways, but here we already got this joint a little better. Ah, yeah. So it's like, yeah, we don't have helper bones like for the scapula. That's why this is very limited right now. Same here. Yeah, so this will be not very good for a while. Okay, we already got something acceptable. This is already working. Okay, so this is interesting because by default we have I see. So maybe this bone is useless. Let's try to destroy this bone here. Oh yes, clearly we need... Aha, yeah. No, we have it here. It just needs the right parent. So what does that mean? Okay, I'm still unsure about this, of course, but of course the clicker Ah, I see. Verify. Make those different. Also, we need Here is another question. Never tried. Not sure if it makes sense, but the fact is that now this is... Ah, there's a twig heap. They're in the way. And this bone is bugged. I think it just respawns. No, not even there. Could be this one. I don't know, it was better, it just got messed up. In this Blender version. I don't know what they did. Sometimes that kind of stuff happens. Alright, so we need to parent this offset here. That will grant us some... Well, yeah, but why this is not working? Why this looks strange? Usually Ah, of course, because it's more like this. It's not this rotation. This rotation is... which is weird. Probably there might be some... Ah, I see, I see, I see, I see. These bones, they... we don't want that. We want to give the stretch back to the deformed bone. Also, these don't really need to have this alignment. So, yeah, now you have one problem. Is that the tweaker bone? If the tweaker bone doesn't bring up the... oh, this is... okay, hold on. Maybe it works. Maybe I'm just not posing correctly. Yes, this carries everything. And then this carries the... though I'm intrigued about... yeah, then the problem is that the shoulder is not doing this. Let's try to do something else then. So if I can't get this one to work, it's useless. Because what does it control? Yeah, both of these. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna address that later. All right, we need to see if we can get the okay, I need to see if we can make some sort of double parenting thing. For this bone. So right now it's parent to the control shoulder there. Also, this is not really helping because of the color. King set collection, parents, siblings. So we need more of this. Yeah, I'm just gonna give this color. Why it is responding to... Oh, I see. We already have this. Upper torso, actually. Okay, so that means that it needs a bit more than this, right? Of course, it needs the deformed body to follow it, right? No? Oh, yes. Okay, so bendy bones, right? They need to be handlers of bendy bones. This is what I'm missing, folks. Of course. So that means that it's not over. Will be another way to do this? I think there's a combo, but it's not really worked as I wanted. Like dump track, I think could... It's just not working. Lock track? No. You see, the axis of this bone is not moving at all. Track 2. Nope. So very weird. Yeah, now it's doing, but it's crazy. Yeah, so very not safe, I guess. This is not gonna work. Yeah, so this is too weird for. I don't like the the complication of. So the yeah, we can't command this. Maybe a copy rotation on the y-axis. Yeah, just that before local space, local space, and just this. Ah, it's not responding. Local space with on orientation. Aha, now I have something. Yeah, but it doesn't twist, so it's pure garbage. Like, it's not good, right? That's why you need the bendy bone then in a case like this. That would be the way to do it. And now let's see if it double deforms anyways. Because you have the parenting relation and the fake parenting relation. Parenting is here. And okay, you see, we don't have double transforms. Otherwise, this will start moving, right, beyond the threshold. Okay, this is beyond the what's supposed to do. Okay, so we have no escape here. I guess we're gonna have to create the... May turn this into bendy bones, right? Which is not bad. It's actually cool, but it makes the rig slightly more complicated. Also, these are a bit distractive here. Let's move to the root for now. And again, okay, why they are... Yeah, we need stretch 2. Yeah, this seems to be correct. Interesting. Should we make this parent here? As a complicated tweaker. Oh yeah, okay, it can have the... It's because we might need another joint here. Like this. Like the base of the shoulder, right? So what I'm gonna make is just... Yeah, that will be the correct thing to do because then we have some more control. But for now, instead of adding more tweaker, let's just do the fake parenting again. Yeah, same. Okay, now finally we got these bones. We're gonna change them to B bones. And we're gonna add usually segments. Yeah, this order is good for this project. Let's just make 3. Oh no, the head bone too? Yes, because it can also deform. Alright. Can do some stretch and squash maybe. Yeah. So the thing here, we need to make sure these parentings are correct. I'm gonna change the parent here. Yes. Still have to figure out here how to handle that. Okay, it's this one. Though it doesn't control the... Oh, I got the idea. Here. No, not yet. Okay, so this is maybe one way to do this. Okay, but this is not what we... This is gonna figure out later. There should be a more interesting way to do this. What we need here is to We need a bone like this, right? Hmm. Yeah, it'll be loose like this. Or maybe could I elongate this bone? I could then keep this and parent here. Yes, okay, it'll be an exception, but maybe that's the best way to approach this. To economize bones. I'm not sure this is a good orientation. Just experimenting here. It's not. Usually I get it connected, but thanks to improvements on the auto IK option in Blender 5.2.0 LTS, we can now have um, different approach for this skeleton. Wait, why we have... Oh, I have the control as well. What I'm doing then? So we have the tweak. Okay, I just want this one to be right. Of course, it's confusing. The larger one is actually, yeah, but it's like that in other situations. Yeah, I think maybe change these tweakers to stick, no, to octahedral maybe. Yeah, like this. And I'm gonna still change this to wire again. Nothing is... Yes, 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 this is not right. It's not working. Of course, we need this one also to be... Okay, now you have a tweaker that makes more sense, but it's not super good, but it could work, right? Yeah, except that for here it is... Yeah, the rotation is fine. It's the same problem. It looks better for the shoulder, but that's okay. This is horrible, of course, which they don't really matter. Not yet, at least. Okay, so we're gonna address now these bendy bones. And yeah, to have this, in this case, we'll need okay, so actually we need to... We'll have to change this rig here. It's parent to the... Control I doesn't make sense. Oh yeah, of course, to the Control I. The Control I, this is weird, but we can for now try this. Usually here I'd use a mechanism bone, right? But whatever, that also works. There we go. It's very crude, but it can be used very. I don't know. It's trash and squash. It's cartoon. We can do very subtle stuff that can help. Anyways, we're gonna. No, it's not here. So this is an annoying part. It's easy, but it's always you see. Look at the size of this panel. This is why it makes it a bit daunting. We just don't have to make. Okay, you know what? They are all bendy bones. Maybe not. I see a mistake in this one. I remember which color I use for this often. Alright, alright. So now we can go for all of these ones. And let's simplify the workflow. Salve, que gostoso. Welcome, bem-vindo. Como vai? Então, continuando aqui. Hold Alt. We don't do this yet. Just to make sure, copy to selected, copy to selected, copy auto selected, copy auto selected, copy to selected, copy to select. Okay, then we start with the hand. Wait. Okay, this one is special, of course. It wasn't selected because it had a different color. And it looks weird. Maybe it's this tangent. Yeah, usually I don't use tangent here. This can be absolute. Well. It says not correct. No bone constraint. Stretch 2 is maybe the armature? No? Ah, of course. Handles. Handles need to be aligned with... Oh yeah, we can't use the tweaker bone scrap. So they would need to be aligned with the bone, of course. So that would make the... Yeah, okay, whatever. We're gonna have to... I'm not sure this will... If we may have to go back in this decision later, but because it gives some versatility indeed. There are various reasons to not do this and to separate the bone layers, right? Yeah. Okay, so anyways, we'll see if we can still solve it in a economical way. Eu era o Kazins, mas mudei... Ah, yes, lembro. I remember. Welcome back. I didn't know. Thanks for mentioning. Yeah. É, faz tempo que eu não tava fazendo stream, eu tava ocupado com o trabalho de animação 3D, era aquela série lá, talvez tenha visto alguns workflow de animação 3D, era... Mas agora parou, faltou verba, talvez nesse ano ainda volte, aí eu volte a ser chamado, não sei. Era um projeto independente, né, fanfic da franquia My Little Pony, mas era um fanfic, né? Então não tinha uma correspondência imediata com a franquia original, né? Mas foi muito legal participar no sentido de que aí tem, claro, eu inverti isso aqui, né? Ok, então esses ossos aqui, eles não precisam ter... Eu tenho muita experiência no Blender, mas nunca peguei trabalhos. É difícil pegar trabalhos no Blender, né? Ainda, porque eu tenho estudado um pouquinho sobre os padrões de trampos, né? Na indústria cultural, isso atualmente, né? Com computação gráfica e outros, mas eu ainda acredito que consigo ser um desenvolvedor independente. Ah, isso sim. Já fiz alguns games, mas não publiquei ainda. Ah, sim, muito interessante. Que tipo de games? Talvez a gente possa fazer alguma coisa. Eu tô nessa mesma vibe de. Eu tô achando que. Assim, primeiro, o que acontece é que tem esses cursos que eles buscam cursos de computação gráfica, curso de animação, curso de games. Tem toda essa coisa que a pessoa tem que ser meio que um generalista, o artista, o técnico, ele tem que ser um generalista, ele tem que saber um monte de software e as empresas, não é que nem o Fordismo lá, eles não querem mais uma pessoa, talvez em alguns nichos aí, talvez em algumas partes sim, mas eles não querem mais um especialista, eles querem uma que só faz, sei lá, só faz animação, só faz, eles querem alguém que faça tudo isso, um monte de coisa, dentro da realidade dos softwares que eles usam. Então isso às vezes implica que o cara que vai fazer animação, ele também tem que saber rigging. Aí ele tem que saber se a animação funciona dentro da Game Engine a partir do Blender. Aí vai ver que ele também tem que modelar os personagens. Então eles estão precisando de generalistas demais e seniors, né? Uma pessoa que sabe tudo ou seja, não basta saber de Blender, porque aí tem que saber integrar o Blender, se o Blender às vezes é usado, tem que saber integrar o Blender com, sei lá, Unity, Unreal Engine ou outro software, talvez coisa de animação. Aí querem que o animador também faça rigging, querem, sei lá, tem um monte de coisa, varia, né? Mas tem alguns padrões que eu estou observando, pelo menos é que eu vi de alguns supostos profissionais. Então, eu estou um pouco nessa vibe de também fazer. Bom, já que não estão contratando, já que é tão difícil ser contratado até em trabalhos independentes, talvez o melhor seja apostar como um produtor mesmo e buscar financiamento ou fazer na raça e levar um game, sei lá, para a público e vender. Hoje tem maneiras de fazer isso, mas é difícil, mas é essa iniciativa de fazer a coisa de uma maneira, né? É o que eu estou pensando também, mas é difícil fazer tudo sozinho, porque mesmo se o game for muito simples, talvez não venda. Se ele for muito complicado, uma pessoa sozinha leva um tempão para fazer, uma eternidade. Então estou exagerando, mas então é um desafio. E daí tem a coisa do marketing e tal. Não é bom ter algum marketing, quero dizer, né? Alguma microestratégia, pelo menos. Então, atualmente eu estou pensando nisso, né? Começando bom, já que tá tão difícil ser contratado, bom, deixa eu fazer meu próprio. Aqui tem que ter tempo, tem que ter recursos para isso e às vezes não, infelizmente. Agora eu acho que é uma das coisas que eu tenho em mente é isso. Já vejo a chat. Talvez aqui falte para manipular. Ok, vamos ler o chat então. Eu sei fazer tudo, sou bem flexível. Então tu deve ser vários softwares, né? Sou uma empresa completa de um único homem, um exército de um homem só. Se focar bem, pode funcionar. Na verdade, se eu levar a sério, acho que não tem como não funcionar. Até o marketing eu tenho 8 anos de experiência com público. Então sim, então isso é tem muitos elementos chaves, mas claro que sim, então, tendo todos esses saberes aí, isso possibilita, né, potencializa, tudo isso potencializa a coisa dar certo. Eu não tenho essa experiência de marketing, um amigo meu cursou design gráfico e aí ele absorveu um monte de noções, né, e que para mim são desafiantes, né? Eu na minha formação original, enfim, não é muito boa para esse tipo de coisa. E outras coisas que eu fiz, né? Mas ah, não quer dizer que. Enfim, eu acho que. E que tipo de game tu tá pensando? É game, né? Que tipo de game, se eu puder perguntar, né? Na chat, assim, tu tá cogitando fazer? É, vai faltar coisa aqui. Bom, eu posso usar isso aqui por enquanto. Isso aqui provavelmente não é para mexer. Mesmo assim é puxado, mas na área de jogos, se souber trabalhar bem com poucos recursos, posso ter um resultado excelente financeiro sem levar muito tempo. Sim, claro. Tem que ter pronto um game de combinar elementos 2D para Play Store. Ah, tá, já tem um app para PC em 2D que calcula a probabilidade que para jogadores de roleta de cassino e ainda faz análise automática. Isso parece algo mais técnico, mas bem, pode não sei avaliar. E tô com um game 3D da Unity de anomalias, aposto no estilo low poly nele. Sim, então tem muitas coisas, diversas coisas importantes, né? Sim, então não sei o que é um game de anomalias, apostei nesse mais low poly, claro, low poly é legal, né? Low poly é por isso que eu tô aqui fazendo low poly mais ainda do que antes, um pouquinho mais que antes, tentando um pouco mais para tentar economizar mais. Sim, então me parece que se tu tem uma ideia de business, né, uma ideia de negócios para isso, acho que vale a pena apostar se tem os recursos. Aparentemente tem muitos recursos e o maior desafio, claro, se vai fazer sozinho mesmo em equipe pequena, mas é diferente, né? É conseguir manter a, a estrutura de produção, né? De um exército de homens só. Mas pelo visto tem vários projetos de maneira avançada, então eu acho que é bem factível que consiga é, resolver as paradas, né? Ok, aqui é uma parte que eu vou precisar trabalhar melhor isso, mas normalmente isso pode ajudar um pouco. Aqui não é bem o que eu queria, mas dá um smoothing, não é ideal na verdade. Aqui tem um jeito de resolver isso, apenas isso aqui eu não sei se é muito recomendado. Tenho pronto um game de combinar elementos 3D para Play Store, ok, isso é bem avançado. E tô com um game 3D da Unity de anomalia, sim. Ah, tá, isso já foi dito. Sim, então, é, eu acho que a ideia do indie game, vou falar em inglês porque pode ter mais pessoas no chat. I think the idea of producing indie games by oneself can work. It takes usually some lot, some a lot to do that, and it's a risky business because the attention, the competition for the launching games or the platforms, it's really uh, obnoxious. But maybe it's better nowadays to try to sell a game that one yourself has produced than trying to compete with the jobs in the market with CG graphics, yeah, CG art, yeah. So maybe it's better actually to do. It depends a lot on where people are at, but I don't know. I believe that for me that because it's so hard to get any possibility of jobs, I'm not very optimistic. That's why at least I'm trying to learn. I'm gonna start to learn Unity. No, not Unity, sorry, Unreal Engine. Why this is displacing? Ah, yeah, we start to see some problems here. Have to address this. Oh, it is missing, of course. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Same problem happening here, by the ways. Well, let's just do the Hmm, this is bad. Yeah, because the tangent allows the bone to bypass the here without collapsing the structure. Absolute is not good for the when the heads are meeting on edit mode. Yeah. I have little experience with Unreal. In Unreal, they use too much technology that is complicated and is very heavy. I see. Yeah, there are a lot of physics, but for animation, I don't think. Yeah, it's kind of cool, but maybe it's yeah for AAA games. Or I don't know if that's super important. for me it's not important. So I think it can be versatile in the sense. What I like about Unreal Engine that I decided to do it, besides some people already mentioned it, it's very good for rigging and animation. Well, animation maybe yes, in a different sense than in Blender. It's the so that's one reason it interests me, because I like to focus in animation. And Unreal Engine has this kind of ephemeral rigging approach. It's a new inventive technology that is even Blender doesn't have this feature, and it's sort of a node system that makes a 3D animation more organic. And for me, this would be a real good to have this in Blender, but current or something that would give similar spontaneity, even if with different ways. Problem in Blender and other softwares like old school is like the interpolation system for automatic interpolation and the system of interpolation. So is why I'm making some rig experimentations in Blender. Okay, a little experiment in Unreal. I gave up the... Yeah, it's Epic Games, right? I gave up on them and started on Unity. Yeah, Unity, I know it's cool for a lot of stuff, including VRM, avatars, right? Is that I don't have the habit of making courses, doing courses, so I enter the program, do just what I need, and with yeah, that's interesting approach, because courses take too long, they can be super expensive, and sometimes we just need the people's contact, the info, and some generic information, right? So that maybe that's a good strategy. And she looks like Twins in in Twins' Odyssey, Little Big Adventure 2, that I've played very long time ago. A classic, but now no more. Yeah. Also, let's change this clothing here. Yeah, let's have cloth 1. Oh yeah, this is a procedural eye, no matter. No wonder we can't see it, though. Ah, we lost the... Okay. I think I don't have it. Yeah. I'll have it in another file, but it's not important for now. Yeah, the character design is looking almost good. There's some things to fix, of course. What about these ones? Should we get these weird shapes? They are very distracting. Okay, again, folks, how does this work? This is a loose bone, and the deform rig. Then this is just a stretch to bone constraint here, right, folks? Then what's happening is that I use the auto IQ option. This is very experimental. I don't recommend it for but it can work, right? This is the cool thing, but with caveats, right? Still investigating the torso's relation with the body and then these bigger structures, right? So auto IQ option, I grab, it's a multi-selection system. So what I can do here is that if I keyframe, let's say, if I keyframe this bone here and then I grab this one with this on auto keying, when auto IQ option get the active element, then I grab here, right, the forearm, and I can, with the scroll wheel, I can expand, right, or not, or just, right, so I can pin the joint from, but then there's a little problem, is that there are many problems, but one of them is that the interpolation is like this, and I'll have a displacement of the wait, I think something, there's a mistake. Yeah, I forgot to pose the bone. Let's do this again. Let's pose everything. Okay, let's select all, pose everything. Now all these bones are keyframed. Now you're gonna go somewhere. I'm gonna grab this into this, and so now so what you'll see is that we'll have this, and then, but what you can do is that this is a mapper bone for this tail joint. So this is F key. And so by just reposition this, I can my it's because of my tablet graphic palette, it's hard to hover over the table and not make it move. Okay, so you see I have a curvature that I can adjust like a baking, so I don't need to just do this on visually. I can really snap here on this. So it's almost if I did this for every single frame, I'd have the perfect circle, of course baked like crap manually, but it gets this kind of development, right? So that means that this rig allows this with some work, but it's not complicated. And I have, of course, the looks like we have a problem here. This should be, yeah, I believe this should control the, or maybe shouldn't. I'm not sure. No, it shouldn't, because yeah, the deform rig is, so there is some deforms. So always the problem is the interpolation. Here is okay, but if I tried, you see it started displace, but minimal effect is fine. It's because Auto IK knows the, I'm not even doing the reverse IK thing. Let's maybe show the reverse IK feature. So this is gonna cause some trouble. Not this trouble, but this will see the same behavior that here is not too problematic, but you see the tail is getting inside of the hand. So here, of course, I want to pin the hand. However, this is not a problem because the deform rig is stretching the forearm. So this is why nothing really problematic here is happening. And there's a skinning issue here that I can solve with our means. So this is not a good use of this feature, but here is one use that this is where I need to investigate. So you see, I can actually pin the joints of the ankles, but this yeah, because I'm moving something. Okay, let's reset everything. Maybe I should bring the head there, right? So by default, the deform rig is pinned to the ground, and here we'll have a problem of same problem there, right? I have to find the Furthermore, we can do this. Remember, active element is the tie. The interpolation is bad, right? But what we're gonna do again is that we're gonna find this position, place it there, grab, and well, this didn't work for some reason. I think it's, I forgot to pose something. Let's do it again. Because this I know should work. Oh yeah, we need to probably keyframe that too. It is probably being keyframed. Yeah, it is. It doesn't really move, it's on hold. Okay. Yeah, there is something weird happening about the motion, but whatever. Oh, I see what's going on. Of course. We need to use the I key. No, it's not like that. Yeah, so whatever. Maybe we select everything. No, still getting this thing. So, I don't, probably it's because this interference here. Yeah, okay, so that is not so simple, but the thing is that if we don't want to bother with this thing, we can just manually do the right, because who cares, whatever. So I need to explore more, but the thing is that the most important thing is the spine for me now. Ok, tenho poucas desistir da parte é que eu não tenho. Ok, no, it's the same chat. Still a lot of things to do, but we are getting progress. So how do the head works here? Okay, let's try differently here. Okay, there's a lot of bad deformations there because of this freaking stretchness, right? We can improve this stretch effect by yes, this seems to improve a little. Yeah, the wave paint here is also brutal. Not sure it helped too much anyways. You can always do F key, the proper F key I'm gonna show with this manual contraption. Like, okay, let's do it again. Let's see that, oh, the head doesn't move properly, right? No problem, because we can just use this already one thing, and then this is well, it's not updating. No, it is. Alright. So now it is following the curvature. Yeah, sort of. I should have moved it alongside, right? No, this is a wrong keyframe, whatever. And if you want a little more, and of course that doesn't mean we cannot combine the motion, right? To have an alternate curvatures, right? Yes, so we're getting... I'm starting to regain confidence that maybe we can get this rig to work, the experimental rig. The style is starting to function in this low poly version. Yeah, it's there are still a lot of work to do, but it's getting nice to look at. We don't have both targets, right? Let's try this. Is there anything we can do about this one? Not sure about this. How we'll work with this. It doesn't matter. Oh yes, we work like this, right? Yeah, so here you see the mapper bones, they budge, but the foot doesn't, the feet don't budge. This is what I need. Yeah, I'm just trying to see what I can do with this system here. Certain things are a bit hard to get without the target if we are used to, but we can probably compensate. Yeah, I still need to learn more about the looks terrible. I don't have an anticipation. I'm struggling with the lot of stuff here. But I like the idea of the head pinned like this because it seems that's kind of effective, although we need to have this constant fixing of the of stuff like this, right? But it grants some agility in other sense, so I think it's what's happening here? I forgot to keyframe maybe. No, it's because this pose is already bad. Okay. Yeah, so it's very mechanic. It's kind of hard to unmechanize this stuff with the rig, so this is a concern. But okay, let's see what else can we do here. Maybe work on some shader. I don't have UV. I should have some UV texture for this. Not sure I want to use any of those things. So for other emission, right? This is often used for cartoony. But do you need any? Not gonna. How do I undo this? We're gonna address this later. The what you could do here, procedural texture maybe. crazy patterns. Maybe it will be better if we had more UV separations. I don't know. Can we flip this? Of course, we're gonna make the how do I separate now? Here, right? We need multiple camera angles to see what's going on here, right? That's okay, that's already much better. Here is a bit weird, but that's okay for the generic effect. Okay. We ended up having something, at least something kind of more intriguing. Nah, it's too reflective. Either we exaggerate it, which is not terrible. Okay, let's try this. Then we're gonna go for the also the skin color. We could try something here also. Yeah, we need some UV, right? Looks like this is applied mirror modifier. I hate that. That's okay. We can survive. Why don't I have a mirror modifier in this part? Because I don't need the corrective shape keys method anymore for the body. That's right. So I've made up my mind about the corrective shape, because at least for now, anytime I can reapply. So good news for one workflow at least. What about the foot? I think it can just be like this. Hmm. Well, let's just do this for now. Let's assume this is okay for now. Probably this, so it's noise. So a mix of stuff, right? Strangely, oh yeah, they are all. It's probably heavy, right? And the face doesn't have a. I think that can work. Yeah, then we could then. How do I mix this thing? Okay, this is yes, so either is that, either is that. Okay. Of course, here we needed the to also colorize this. Not sure, it's just experimenting here. Some we need better UVs as well. Multiply maybe. No. Yeah, also looks like I think we can also have a hue. Wait, how's this? Okay, I can do. I think we can try this. If it's too heavy in the end, we can just dump and try something simpler. Yeah, I'll leave this one here. Tends to be working. Okay, I see. So we need some stuff here as well. Yeah, I don't have anything, so we're gonna just use this and okay, why not? Yeah, looks cool. And combines with the rest. Alright, so let's bring now this character to the spacecraft. Okay, this shouldn't be here. Whatever. And yeah, the bone things I remember. Apparently we have an issue with some assets here. Let's see how this new costume, these new adjustments to the rig work. What happened to the icons? Well, doesn't matter. Yeah, it's getting good. Yeah, but you don't see. Sorry, here. Yeah, so this is the typical thing of non. It's the shader. Yeah, the shading gets sharp in this part. Doesn't take enough light. We could fix this, improving the many things. Yeah, making the topology, the geometry a bit more smooth here. It's still a bit unorganized. Yeah, it also we could solve this also by maybe making the compositor here less. Gotta just remove this thing because I think I'm not gonna even test this anymore. It's too complicated. This one is better for the simplified project. EV has got a lot of improvements that kind of can substitute the Yeah, so our shaders being better now, slightly better, we can sort of have almost a very good immediate result. This is the default TV. That's actually pretty cool, right? It could be usable even, but we want even more. So it's time to perhaps change the ambient occlusion. Yeah, I'm using this, but maybe the original already gives us this kind of black and white thing without even us having to recall it, right? So maybe we could ignore this. Yeah, it's this one. That's kind of pretty nice. Accidental. How did I achieve this? This ambient occlusion, right? With color. Crazy. This is a, oh, this is a colorization of the, okay. It's a colorization of the ambient occlusion. This is not a bad idea. Yeah, this is the colorization of the ambient occlusion. Never considered that. Yeah, it's precisely this. Okay, so this is the sharp thing. Yeah, so I need to be very careful about this one. Most likely we need to mix some stuff. So maybe you don't use this one, maybe. Yeah, doesn't, no, hold on. Yeah, this is too complicated. Here I don't know how I could combine those things. I think I need this to mix. Yeah, I need this. So yeah, first this is okay, let's just skip this. Yeah, it's similar to the mix. Yeah, so the cool thing about this, one cool thing about this is that it's all my ideas of that you can see this thing almost in real time. But yeah, we need more developments here. Maybe lack of lighting is not helping. Yeah, it's lights which are inside also. Yeah, can't help much here. The if she looks down, yeah, we need light from the ground. Okay, but we have an impression already what we can do here. It's not too bad. Yeah, I can do much better. I can do much better than that, but it's already sort of quite interesting now. And let's see what else we have here. Yeah, so you are playing with this thing. These high reflections on the material is not really good, right? I won't give up in this thing. I suspect there is something cool about it. I just need a more remix. Okay, let's first fix the material. And perhaps also something about these icons, like no, it's not this, it's actually the shrink wrap, I guess. There's a 0, right? So we can immediately make this shader glossy, something like this, right? I can address that later. Yeah, this is driver about. Don't remember. Yeah, this is more complicated. Ah, this is the where I needed the bake. Where that thing has gone? It's probably just on that file. No, I think I got it. It's probably an older version, but that helps, right? We need the camera anyways for the grease pencil. Wait, this is incorrect. Yeah, also the scenery has is receiving an interesting colorful effect thanks to the what is this? Yes, yes, this is not exactly what I was looking for the scenery, but we can always diminish the impact. In principle, this is yeah, the ears and the hair needs to be fixed. Yeah, hand rig also. Yeah, this kind of super self-shading thing looks like usable. Yeah, pretty usable. Yeah, I think I have a lot of other experiments that have been working cool in this way, but um, still this brightness is not totally good yet. Okay, folks, so I think today it's sufficient. I hope that you enjoyed the rigging stuff and the compositing, shading, a lot of stuff, right? And starting to get. I could use something like this with maybe slightly more grease pencil. Yeah, this is madness, need to organize all this stuff. It's not here actually. Yeah, so that should be it. I never know how to use these effects here. I think they just show in the compositor, I don't know, in the rendered version. No, I can't seem to. Yeah, I don't know why those things. Maybe it's bugged or I'm doing something wrong about it. Shame. Okay, there's nothing else for the grease pencil except for the color, right? Okay, folks, so for today, that's it. Thanks for watching, take care, happy blendering, see ya. maybe tomorrow. I'll continue be streaming this progress. It is start to get inspiring for me and hopefully as well. Yeah, fellows.